24 hours a day. KuKi MAYhem. Grab your favorite e-reader, 'cause there's no time to waste. This month isn't just for Kindle peeps to participate. Get your backlog rounded up and pick the ebooks you think you'll be able to get finished, so your backlog will shrink. We're about to do the crazy thing that only we do. It's a month of endless sprinting from Koda for you, our friends, and we will sprint 24 hours a day. So you can read your e-reader the whole month of May. KuKi, we're getting KuKi. It's time for KuKi MAYhem with all of your friends. KuKi, time to get KuKi. KuKi ends when May ends. KuKi. KuKi MAYhem, grab your ebook and read it. We're getting KuKi. It's time for KuKi MAYhem with all of your friends. KuKi, time to get KuKi. KuKi ends when May ends. KuKi. KuKi MAYhem, grab your ebook and read it.
Yay! It worked. And we've got
I
Jessica
still can't
Kiwi.
hear you.
Are you in here? Can everyone hear us? Please let me know. I've not used this program before. So let me know if y'all can hear us. I see that you can see us. I have that on there. So just make sure. Hello, hello, hello. Jess, why don't you talk a little bit and make sure we can hear you. No talking? Can you hear me? No? Let's see. Can y'all hear me? Yay, Christina can hear me. Yay! Okay, cool. So hello everyone.
Yeah.
Welcome, welcome. My sprint book will be lying to you because I had too much fun talking to the amazing Jessica Kiwi. So by the way, I have a question about your name because every time I see it spelled, it's Jessie with an I. Can she not hear me? Oh, hold on. Let me see. I'm using this new program. It worked great. Let me see if I can figure out. Unmute. Transfer. Let's see. Camera in out. Camera. Camera. No, we're good. Video is on. I can see you. Deafen. Nope. So you should be able to see me. All the settings here say that Jess should be able to hear me. But y'all can hear me, right? Yeah, Christina said she could hear me. I'm trying, man. I was trying to get the guests on because it's way more fun, these sprints, when we have guests. So I am trying. I know it's Jessie with an I, but I swear everyone says Jessa, so I'm very confused. But I know it's Jessica. So shouldn't it be Jessie Kiwi? Hi, Koda. Oh, so because of the Jessica, it just becomes out Jessica Kiwi. Gotcha. I understand now. I understand. I don't know why she can't hear me, though. I don't know why she can't hear me. Can you hear me? Can't hear me? She might be texting on Discord. If someone can let me know, we can hear me. Chris can see. And hello, Chris. It is good to see you. And Paula. Right? I don't think Jess can hear me either, and I don't know why. Let me see if I get my husband. Hold on. I'm going to mute myself so I'm not screaming in your eardrums. Hold on. All right, tech support is coming. Like I said, this is a brand new program that Paula suggested. Thank you so much, Paula. So let me see if I have some settings wrong. So I have her, well, she's muted now, but that's her mute, right?
Right.
So how do I make it, do I have anything on here that would make her not be able to hear me?
Hit deafen.
I tried that.
Okay, undeafen. Okay. So
The chat can hear me, by the way, so.
Right. Can the chat hear her?
I don't know, she hasn't talked in a while. Can you talk? No?
Can you hear her?
No.
Okay.
But again, she hasn't talked in a while.
Put it in the chat to ask her too.
She's not watching the chat. She might be in Discord.
Try that.
Isn't this fun, everyone? We're going to troubleshoot this. So anyone else, I use OBS, so we are trying to figure this out. Let me see if she replied. She did not. She is not in chat and Discord either.
See, I see audio coming from her.
Yes, the audio is coming from you, so we should be able to hear.
Does audio show up in OBS?
Does audio show up? Yeah, but that's because I'm talking into it. Jess has to talk. There, she just talked and it didn't
Do you
work.
want me to say something? Hi, everyone.
There!
I mean, I think you can hear me, but I still can't hear you.
Yeah, so we can hear her.
You can hear her.
Yeah, so in chat, you could hear Jess too, right? So the only problem is that...
No, I can't hear Kelly.
Yeah, so that's the only problem. So she's in chat now. She can see it. Christina says, hi, tech support. You can wave. So Jessie, they can hear. Yeah, so they hear Jessie. Jessie can't hear me. That's the only problem. So...
Check her browser stuff.
Check what browser stuff?
Audio from a browser. It's going to be a her side thing.
Okay, so if you can't, let's see. If you still can't hear me, Jess, then maybe check the browser. Hello, everyone. This is what you came for. Tech support are us, right? See, that's why we were all afraid of this one.
Right?
I was like, I don't know. That's why I didn't even try it last time. But look, it's working.
Ish.
Mostly. A bit. Yes, hello, Sue. Thank you, Christina, for keeping up with chat while we're trying to straighten this out.
Browser and just her overall audio on her PC or computer.
Audio on her computer. Let's see, the program
Like if she pulls up a YouTube
might
video,
have
you know.
chosen a different speaker.
Koda is saying to check OBS settings.
It's not in the
What will do
OBS
that?
settings because I can hear her just fine. And we're not talking through OBS. We're actually talking through the Ninja thing. And on Ninja, she is all on mine, and her little volume goes up to green on mine. I can hear Jess. She just can't hear me. So it's got to be a setting on her. And you guys can hear us, and you can hear her. So it's not my settings. So it's got to be something for her. It's got to be something when she signed up for the Ninja thing, that there had to have been a place to put speaker in, and it's not It's choosing not to do the right ones. It doesn't want to.
Right, because there's an audio settings button.
Yeah, there's audio settings button at the bottom. Noise gate compressor.
Default.
Yeah, there's a place where you can change your default speaker under audio settings. This is good. Thanks for testing me out, or testing this out for us, so we get someone in.
Default speaker.
Good call, Koda.
User.
Well, we're hearing her audio.
Yeah, we can hear her. It's not her audio, it's her output into her that she's not getting. So she needs to check her speakers. Check. What did it say, audio settings?
Yeah.
At the bottom of the screen.
No, I changed that one.
Ninja. A link to come on?
I changed that one as well.
All right. Our tech support is going to jump on and see if he can figure it out.
I'm sure your audio settings are correctly configured. That you are using Chrome.
Send it in Discord.
Yep, I'm using Chrome.
Let's send it
Also
in
verify
Discord.
that you're using support audio.
Let's see. Tech support, tech support, tech support. There he is. All right. Paula might have some suggestions. Yeah, Paula, if you want to join too, hold on. I'll give you the thing too.
My God, that's a lot of photos.
All right. So we might get a couple more people in here so that they can jump in and check the settings so that we can hear all of the people, so we can see what is going wrong.
Closing all other browser tabs.
So we can fix it. Sorry about that, guys. Thanks for joining in. You know, sometimes the train needs a little bit of repairing. So, you know, this is just a bit of housekeeping here to make sure everything works. Because this KuKi MAYhem is no fun when we don't have friends with us. So we shall see what we get along. Meanwhile, if y'all want to put in the chat what you're reading, my book is lying because I was going to get done with Network Effect by Martha Wells before this started, and I have 30 pages left.
Okay.
So
I think at this point, just for the sake of the stream and like getting on with it and stuff like that, I might exit out, go and have lunch and do some stuff, and then we'll. Oh, hello.
Oh, I'll give you a wrench. Hold on.
I can't hear you either.
You can't hear me anymore.
Oh no.
Oh no. It broke.
Okay. I'm going to exit out.
Okay.
Oh, interesting.
Oh
Kelly?
wait, I can hear you.
You can hear me,
Zafo.
but you can't hear
Yes.
Kelly.
All right.
I cannot hear Kelly.
Ha ha!
Hello.
That
do you want me
is
to do,
the piece
Zafo?
of the puzzle that we needed. Hi, I'm tech support.
Nice to meet you.
So what do you need me to do? He's going to type in Discord probably. I just sent a link
All
to
right, so
Paul.
I will drop and we will troubleshoot from her end because this is a us problem. Stand by.
And here comes
Okay.
Paula. And Jess, if you need to go, we've got Paula
Hi,
on
Paula.
too, so we'll have multiple.
Hi.
Okay, I can hear Paula. Great.
Can you all
Maybe
hear
you
me
can
now?
like translate if we need it.
So it's so strange that you can't hear Kelly.
But remember when you first had Koda on, the first time you had Koda?
Yeah, I don't use this program.
Oh.
Yeah, and Paula
But
and Jesse
Kelly
are
is
hearing each other.
muted.
Okay. Cool. So check your mic.
Oh, well, that's
What's wrong with my
That's-
where?
Go to
that's
audio
not gonna help.
settings.
But they can hear me on the stream.
Yeah, but
Can I hear you on the stream? Hang on.
that's your problem. Because you have a separate OBS.
Now you should be able to hear me. But I might be
yeah.
hold
Wait,
on.
wait,
Hold
wait,
on.
I can hear you.
Yes.
I can hear you.
Yes.
All right. Now we're good? We're good?
Yes.
We're good.
Can stream hear you.
Yay! Yes,
No,
you
it
can
only
hear
took
us.
us
And are we
15
too
minutes.
loud? Because we're hitting this red over here. I might have to turn Ninja down.
I mean, you're not too loud on my end, but
Okay.
Yeah, now we can't hear Jesse, right? Oh no, we can hear. Can everyone hear me? Sorry, I'm in the.
I can hear
We're
you.
good. We're good.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the thing. All right, sweet.
Breathe.
Yay! Thanks, Paula. Thanks, tech support. Thanks, Jess, for being all patient. We got it all worked out.
No worries.
I
There's
just
got to be some kind of like tech issue at some point, right?
Yeah.
So
this is perfect.
yeah, for whatever reason, your output was going like it was going to your stream, but you were muted in VOD Ninja.
Yeah, I figured out why. That's because the mic was working through OBS, but
Yep.
not through Ninja.
Yep.
So that's what was going on. Like I
Right.
said, first time using it. So I'm so glad. Y'all are amazing. Thank you for being patient.
And just to confirm, everyone can still hear on like the stream, right?
Everyone can hear everyone. Yes.
Let me give Koda. Oops.
Okay.
What is this? My channel?
You're like, wait, what channel are we on? I'm gonna give Koda a wrench. That one.
Does Koda get a special wrench, a nice sparkly one?
I don't know. I mean, if he wants one, he can have whatever one. I mean, knowing Koda and my household, it'll just be a wrench covered in cat hair. That's what happens. That's the kind of one I will hand over, and he will understand.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm glad that coming on and I could do things, but I need to go to bed.
No, you're amazing. Thank you so much for helping troubleshoot. Sleep well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have fun.
Yay. All right. Now that we're straight.
And I can still hear you.
Now that we are awesome. All right, cool. So everyone can hear us. We are good to go. And I will know exactly what to do next time. So we will all be straight. Let's see. Alicia's got the kiddos in bed. And we'll be book journaling. Oh, nice. I love that. That's fun. Courtney says hello to everyone. Hello, Courtney. Good to see you. Everyone can hear us. We're so excited. Glenda's on. Who else do we have? Christina, of course, is here. Koda, Alicia. Who else did I miss? Someone said what they were reading, and now I can't find it. There it is. Sue. Sue says that they are reading The Guest is a Goner by Carly Winter. Ooh. 62 of 168. Nice novella. That's what me too. So I really want to finish Brighter Than Scale, Swifter Than Flame. It is my Here Kid release for this month and a Y for my last name. And I'll have my name done then. Yay!
I have honestly totally fallen off Her Kid.
Well, it was properly named. So that just means you're more sane than I am. That's really what it is. It's really what it is. Because, the spelling your name, I decided to only use authors' last names to count. Oh. And, well, yeah, my name has 4 L's, 3 Y's. Do you see the problem I was having? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, like, I do.
Why did I make my life harder? So I tried not to double up, but I'm doubling up because I'll take whatever I can get.
Yeah, fair enough.
Awesome. I know. Sorry, Koda has power too, Christina. I don't know what's going to happen now. I just don't know. All right. Awesome. So now, since we had all this fun doing all of these fun things, Jean has 1 page left in The Perfect Marriage. And you're listening to this nonsense instead of finishing it? I don't know. I would have muted us and finished it. How about you, Jess?
I mean, I find this quite entertaining. So.
I love it. Now, Koda will time you out if you don't tell us what you were eating. I mean, I think that's fair, though. That is written in the rules. So I think that is completely fair. All right, excellent. So why don't we go ahead and start our first sprint, because Jess and I were entertaining you for like 40 minutes on the last one. So we should probably start. We'll sprint for an hour, and then we'll take a 15-minute break. Is that enough time for you to go grab something to eat too?
Perfect. And hang washing out and
oh, that's right. I forgot the washing. Yep. Okay, awesome. All right, so let's do that. I will finish this book and then start right into this one. So let me switch scenes. Oh no, I'm on the right scene. And I'm just going to hit the timer and mute myself. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you in an hour.
Three guesses what I'm getting when you do read the beats.
I'm sorry?
I said 3 guesses what I'm doing. 3 guesses what one of your songs will be when we do read the beats. Is that
3
one?
guesses? Am I supposed to give you
Or
songs or
on
are
the-
you giving me songs? I don't remember. How does that one work?
We give each other a song, but I'm guessing "Smoke on the Water" is going to be one of your songs that you give
Nope.
me. No.
Nope. This was just the automatic thing that's on here. This isn't even Smoke on the Water. It's just an automatic thing. No, I have some fun. Oh, good. We give each other songs then. I love that. Okay, cool. I
Yeah,
was confused by that.
so it's hard to do a collaboration if only one person does it.
I love it. I love
But-
it.
I'll message you more about that a little later on in the year. You will be before the end of the year, I promise.
It'll be so much fun. We love collaborations. That's one of the fun things with this whole KuKi MAYhem thing, right? Meeting so many other creatives that we could do things
Yeah.
together with, you know?
I had my very first person like message me and go, "I want to be part of Read the Beats," and I was like, "Oh, okay,
Come on in.
yeah, exactly." I'm like, "Well, I've already got this month sorted out, but how about?" I think we made it for July,
Oh, there you go. Perfect.
and so I'm free from August.
Nice. Yeah, August. Let's see. The end of August is hard for me because that is Dragon Con.
Mhm.
So we have priorities around here. Dragon Con's the priority.
I honestly, I don't know if I'm going to end up doing a Read the Beats in August because reasons. But probably September. I don't know. Maybe September I might do like a double Read the Beats.
That
We'll
could be fun.
see.
There are always fun things. I'm doing my schedule. I'm like, there are all these things I want to do now. How do I get all these books read? That's the trick,
And
right?
honestly, once you start doing Read the Beats and you start using music to choose your books, it's a game changer.
How fun. How fun. Well, I look forward to
Yeah.
that. Let's see. Where do we have in the chats? We have Sarah says that she's eating a Rice Krispie treat. I'm very jealous. Very
Yum.
jealous. And Jean truly agrees with Jess. This is very entertaining. Well, apparently we were entertaining, even though I was very awkward trying to get everything fixed.
Good.
I'm so sorry. I'm trying, man. Oh, let me turn this timer on too so we don't talk forever. I did finish my book, Network Effect. Yay. It was a little longer than I thought. I had 40 pages, not 35. So sometimes it's hard to tell with the ebooks, right? So, but that one's done. And how'd you do, Jess? Did you get your clothes hung up?
I literally just did adulting that sprint, so I didn't get anything read. I briefly started the Echo of Old Books because there's like a bit of a buddy read happening in KuKi for that.
Nice.
But like that was just brief, and I'm thinking next sprint I'm just gonna curl up and now my yarn gets tangled. And knit.
Now it does, of course. Now that you want to knit, your yarn says no.
You can't really see the pattern, but if you guys have ever been on my Instagram, you know the blanket that I'm knitting.
Oh, it's so cool. I love it. I
So-
love it. I love it.
Yeah, I've got a variegated yarn as well.
I don't know what that means.
Variegated yarns means it's like it's self stripes, so it automatically changes color. You don't have to buy all the different colors of yarn if you want stripes.
Gotcha. All right, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. All right, let's see. Koda has the power now. We're in trouble. Not only because he has the power, but because he's singing it. So, you know, there's lots of trouble going on. He put he has the power, so he put a link in so he could show that he had the power. The power of the babe. That's it, Alicia. Exactly. Go to Labyrinth. That's where I go with that too. Is Labyrinth one of your like growing up movies? Yeah, exactly. See?
Power. What power?
Power of voodoo.
Who do?
You do.
Do what? Remind me of the babe.
You know, my son had this time where he was obsessed with David Bowie. He still is. But like so all of David Bowie's music from, the late 60s, all the way through the 80s, and then even just so into Bowie. Like, no, he knows every song from every album and where he was and what drugs he was on and when he got clean and when he was just like David Bowie everything. And I'm like, man, David Bowie to me is just Jareth. And he's like, what? And I was like, from Labyrinth. It had been so long since he watched Labyrinth when he was a child, because believe me, I'm a good parent. We did, watch Labyrinth with our kids. But he couldn't even remember that was David Bowie. I'm like, oh, we're watching it now. So we got to watch it again.
Sit down and learn a lesson.
It was so funny. David Bowie. And then we watched what's the one where he plays Tesla, and then you have Hugh Jackman's in it and Christian Bale, the magic one.
The Magic Crystal? No.
No, this is a more modern movie. It's a Christopher Nolan movie. I think it's Christopher Nolan.
Who? Hugh Jackman.
Christian Bale. It's the reveal. It's the word for that in magic. Now I can't remember. Somebody in chat is probably screaming at me right now to tell me what it is.
David Bowie.
Oh my gosh, I can't remember what it's called. This Prestige. Prestige. That's it.
Oh, the Prestige. Was David Bowie in that?
David Bowie plays Tesla.
Oh, that was a good movie.
That was a really good movie. That's one of those movies that even knowing the ending, it just holds up. You know what I mean? Sometimes once you've seen the ending of a movie, you're like, I'm good. I mean, that was great. Love the movie, but I don't need to watch it again. This one.
I think it's been long enough that I've watched the movie that I can't actually remember what happens.
Oh.
So no
you're so lucky you get to watch it again. Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
You're so lucky. Oh my gosh, that is such a masterfully constructed movie.
And it's a perfect time to watch it as well, because it's like starting to get quite cold, but it's still autumn.
Perfect.
So,
that's definitely an autumn movie. I agree. An all-star cast, just so well done. So well done. Let's see. I'm sorry if I miss any of your comments. Please forgive me. I don't have like the the StreamYard thing where it comes up, so I just always have them paused so that I can scan through them. So sometimes I miss a few, but I'm trying really hard. So let's see. We have. Let's see. Power of Voodoo. They were all doing the quotes here. Everyone's saying good night to Paula, and Glenda had beef tacos. See, it really is. You're right. It's Mexican food night.
Yeah.
Or at least Tex-Mex. Mary. Hi, Mary. I don't think I said hi to you. Welcome. Said that I believe you read much faster than I do, that Jamie reads faster, so you most likely can finish the book you're reading and the Blackbird Oracle, and I will only be halfway through the book. I want to read the Blackbird Oracle. That's on my list. Have you read that one?
No, I haven't heard of it. Is that a Discovery of Witches book?
Is it? I can see the cover. Yes, it's that new one. I think it is. It's after the trilogy, right? So it's because they had the trilogy, but then she's written like 2 other books after that.
Oh, okay.
I still have to read the second book. I've got Shadow of Night back here, so
I still have to read the first book.
I quite liked it. If you like slow, like it was definitely slow, but I was in the mood for it. I think that was a book that I'd have to soft DNF if I wasn't in the mood, because sometimes I just need stuff to happen.
Yeah.
I tend to be an impatient reader. Yeah, exactly. So for that one, it's definitely slow, right? It's definitely, they take their time. Oh, Deborah, takes her time really building the world and building the characters and building what's happening. So it's definitely slow, but I liked it because I think it added to the atmosphere of it. It made it feel more gothic,
Yeah.
Let's see.
I have it on my
Courtney's
TV
talking
app.
to Koda.
But like it's being pushed back for reasons. So
well, yeah, life. I get that. I totally get that. There's just so
no,
much to
not
read.
life. This is like booktube reasons.
Oh, okay.
So there will be something to do with that book.
Gotcha. So keep your eyes on the page. That's what I'm hearing. Let's see, the eccentric Raven, just in time. That's perfect for our discussion here. I hope you're all being productive. I've just been working on my writing, rewriting my YA dystopian, but gotta grab dinner soon. Yeah, totally understand. I will have to get dinner this next sprint too, because I don't want to eat after midnight. But if I don't eat, I won't sleep at all, because the acid will eat my esophagus. Let's see. But I had to finish Network Effect. I'm sorry. I'm like so focused on things sometimes. Jen says, did my quiz for school, got a 90. Yay, Jen! Good job.
Yay!
And reward for that task is that I get to read for the rest of the night. Yes! So get your water, drink. Yes, I should probably drink some water too. Good call. Mm-hmm. And Jen will be reading Steeped in Murder. I don't know what that one is. Do you know what that one is?
Nope.
I don't know that one
It
either.
sounds like a murder mystery, and
I
I'm not.
agree. Mm-hmm.
I'm not a murder mystery girly.
I've had a couple lately that I've read, but I don't know. There has to be, because I can always guess the ending. I know a lot of us can, right? But, you know, I'm a developmental editor for a living. I can always guess the ending, almost always. So I always need something else. And a lot of times the murder mystery spends so much time just on the murder mystery, they don't do enough character work, right?
Mm.
So I need more of that. Let's see. Everyone is saying hi to everyone. And Atia is, hey, listening to an audiobook of Murder in Old Bombay by Nev March as you work on some bookmarks. Oh, very cool. That sounds awesome. And Sue is having a cheese quesadilla for dinner. I'm sorry, you can't have duck unless you're going to put it in a tortilla. Do you see? This is the rule. You could get a corn tortilla. You just have to make one that has no flour in it. It'll be fine.
Yeah, corn flour.
Exactly. See, you could just do that. It'll be good. You'll be good.
My
Put some masa in there.
one of my cooking bucket lists. Like, there's a regular bucket list, and then like my cooking bucket list. A, to make my own pastry, like so I can make pies, like real New Zealand meat pies, without them disintegrating. Because the problem with like gluten-free pies is you get them frozen, and the way they tell you to heat it up, the pastry at the bottom always ends up disintegrating. And so it's a total mess when you're trying to eat them, or even just get them out. And they'll be hot on the outside and cold in the middle. And so I want to make my own pastry so I can make my own pies that are like really good. And then the other thing
actually
is
edible.
Yeah. The other thing is learning how to make my own hard shell tacos with corn flour or rice flour, or
Well,
like
if you make the corn, all you have to do is you just fry them. So once you make your corn, if you use the masa, right, instead of flour, and you just make your corn tortillas. I'm sorry?
I've never made them before.
Yeah, that's all they are. They're just fried. Yep, that's all you got to do. So you just fry them. And if you want them to be in the like the taco shape, and we make tostitos all the time, right? Tostados all the time, where we just fry them and put it right on top and eat it, but then they're flat, right? If you want them in the shape, you can actually bake them. That's the thing too. And actually, my father-in-law puts them in his air fryer.
Oh yeah.
And he makes them that way. So you can actually put them over a form and just put the you can even just use a bowl or a flat wooden spoon. So if you put them over that up on a platform and just put them over that and bake them that way, then you actually get the shell shape too.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. So
right. So that's
I'll learn how to kind of make my own flatbread tortilla thing and then work from there. I think baking sounds like the best idea for me.
And they're just right. It's delicious.
Yeah.
If you want them shaped like that, baking is the way to go. Because when you fry them, they're too stiff. They won't curve very well.
And then the other thing
like
is trying to make my own gluten-free, dairy-free chocolate.
You know, I adore you, right? But how do you do a dairy-free chocolate?
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Like, could I use something like almond milk or like coconut fat? I don't know.
I mean, surely you can, right?
Surely. Surely you can. If anyone's
There
going to
was
do
one
it, I'm going to do
episode-
it. It might just take me some time.
You're like, I'm gonna figure it out. That's right.
Yeah,
Add it to your
exactly.
bucket list, right? I'm doing this.
Yeah.
I
So
love
those
it.
are my top
I love it, I
3
love it.
cooking. I am making a pecan pie, but I kind of have a recipe for that. So
I love my pecan pie, but it is
Yeah.
not gluten free. I mean, the inside is. I don't think there's any gluten in the inside, is there? Nope. But they're
well, I'm
obviously the crust
thinking
is.
like of just doing a biscuit base. Like we would do over here. I don't know if you guys do it for your cheesecakes or if you have no bake cheesecakes. But
We have those
for
too, but I
us,
don't like them.
we just grab, right. So we just grab biscuits or cookies and smash them up and like with a bit of butter and like that essentially is the shell.
Right.
And then just use a normal filling recipe for the pecan pie.
So you
That's
just
what
get
I'm
gluten free
thinking.
cookies.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
they're expensive, but yes.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah, no, I don't for mine I like for cheesecake I will do a cookie crumb. We use graham crackers mostly, but we've used ginger snaps. We've used, all kinds of things. We do those too. But I much for my pecan pie and my pumpkin pie, I usually cook them at the same time because that's holidays for us
Right.
in the States.
Yeah.
And we have family members that will only eat pecan and family members that will only eat pumpkin, so I always have to make both. I think they're both wrong. They're both delicious. You just eat a little piece of both. That's how you do it. But I do a pie
Yeah.
crust, but it's flour, obviously. And then I put butter and shortening in it. So you put butter in it for the
Right.
flavor. And by putting the shortening in it, you get the good flakes, right? So
Right, yeah.
I prefer those on those. But we do graham for cheesecake. We do graham for you're right, for any of the no bakes. Like if we're doing we do a mud pie that is chocolate and stuff like that, right? That you just put in the fridge. It's basically putting a custard filling
Yeah.
and put that in the fridge. Yeah. So yeah. Look, we're so much alike. Except if you
Apart
watch
from the gluten.
except if you believe the British Bake Off, our stuff is way too sweet compared to what most of the world eats. So that's right. That's one of those differences.
Yeah, that is one of those, and I'm not massively into sweet stuff, but then for me, if I'm cooking, I just reduce the sugar,
That
and
makes
it
sense.
tends to work out all right.
Yeah. Every time, that's part of the reason why I hadn't made a lot of cakes, is every time I make the cakes, because I make them by recipes where they are what the cakes are supposed to taste like, not the box cakes. And my
Right.
kids are always, but it's not sweet enough. I'm like, yeah, it is. It's plenty sweet.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's
like,
just
you're-
homemade.
Exactly.
have
You're
all
just
the
used
stuff
to all
in
that
it.
added nonsense. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Which is my fault. I fed them. I raised them. They're adults now, though. They're just going to have to deal with it.
Mm.
Christina asked what kind of bookmarks Atia was doing. Let's see. You designed a cottagecore set, romance set, general bookworm set, and a banned book set.
Ooh.
Now go to print some test ones. Those sound fun.
Yeah.
Oh, I like those. And the goal is to get her Etsy shop up and running this month. Oh, that'll be cool. Do you put the little thing on the end, the little fuzzy thing? Because I found I don't like them if they don't have the little fuzzy thing. I want something like sticking out that's like soft on it. You know what I mean? Like not just the bookmark.
Mm.
I don't know. I found I like that better. I didn't even know that about myself. The things you learn. Let's see. And Christina has the same goal, also wants to open up an Etsy store. It'll be a family store. Eldest and youngest are both autistic, so want them to have something to do. I mean, that's the benefit to the autism, right? Very, very crafty. So that would be really cool to get some stuff up for them. Muted headbangers ball. Yeah, I figured it out. Sorry. I think it wasn't muted. So I muted it when I hit the button because it switched screens. That's what happened. Thanks, Christina. Cardstock and laminate for the thing. Yeah, I want some. I like the little tassels. That's it. Tassels. That's what they're called on the end. Let's see. Jen changed her mind and she started reading Fried Green Tomatoes. Why is everyone reading Fried Green? I feel like I'm missing out.
I
Have you read
don't
that one?
know.
Right?
No, I haven't read it. but I'm like, what am I missing out on?
CC.
All of a sudden?
That's like the third or fourth person reading it, so I wonder.
Yeah.
I'm having FOMO now. FOMO, it's real. It exists. That's
What
awesome.
is
Got to
fried
page
greens
13.
made of?
Yeah, that was pretty cool. Molly got to 52% into Of Song and Tide, which they honestly feel like that they've read before, but it's so good I keep reading. Oh, I hate that when you're like, this is so familiar. So either the author didn't do a good enough job with their voice and it just sounds like another book, or you really did read it, but it's been so long you can't remember. I think Tina just joined, or at least at this part of the chat. I think we are almost down to the bottom. So we'll get down to the bottom even though the timer runs out and we'll go back to another sprint. Jamie got to 28% in the audiobook and fed all the cats. That's an accomplishment right there. Good job. Let's see. Glenda reading The Lie She Wears by Elmar. That's a good title. I like that title, The Lie She Wears. But 8% in, it's a psychological thriller. Saying hello. I love that about KuKi. Can I just say that the people in KuKi are so friendly. Everyone welcomes people in. They all say hi. I love it. I love it. Oh, there's Kiana. Kiana came on. Hi, Kiana. Good to see you. Let's see. And congratulating each other for doing things we should be doing anyways, because we need the encouragement. Thank you.
We do.
Let's see. Jamie also found you have new kittens coming. Aw, maybe tonight, but probably tomorrow. At least 3, maybe 5 kittens, 5 to 6 weeks old. You are doing a service keeping these kitties alive. It's definitely kitten season, except I'm not sure there is a kitten season in Texas. I think it's always. We have so many, where we are in Houston, there are so many like horse barns and Aggie barns and all kinds of things with animals. They do a thing usually at the shelter where they'll give away kittens to anyone with a farm so that they can take, now they neuter them, right? But then you can have the kitten for free if you're going to take them home to live on the barn, take care of pests and, just live at the barn. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I like that.
I would be taking lots and lots and lots of kittens.
Especially when they get them all neutered for free for you, right? So then you've got the kittens and then you can take them. And they do their job.
Nothing like a bit of delegation.
Right? And then they have a nice happy life. I mean, cats don't mind being outside as long as they can come in from the cold and the rain,
Yeah.
Let's see.
My boys are inside outside cats.
I used to have that, but now we live in a really busy street. So now my cats are only indoor cats. And I liked it better the other way because they drive me batty.
Fair.
Yeah. I don't even blame them. They're really smart creatures, right? So it's boring staying in the house all the time. I don't even blame them. But they're not smart enough to not get hit by the car. So
right, yeah. Yeah, that's always my fear.
Yep, mine too. In our old neighborhood, we lived in a cul-de-sac and it was out in the middle of nowhere for a suburb, right? But there was like no traffic there. They were fine. They were indoor, outdoor there.
Yeah.
But here, I'm like, no, I'm sorry. Can't do it. SN12 joined. Hello, hello. I'm so sorry. If you have another name, do you know who SN12 is? Just in case I don't.
No. No,
if you have
they
something
popped into my sprints yesterday. Yesterday.
Time is meaningless.
They popped into my sprints another time. I'm very sorry.
No, it's all good. So if you have a name you want us to call, please let us know. I know Koda likes to keep track of that, and Christina will remember for us half the time. So please let us know if there's another name. If not, hello, SN12. Good to see you. Let's see. Reading Martyr by Kava Akbar. Ooh, yeah, I want to do that one too. Martyr's on my list. Even though I don't like the cover. It's very boring. But that one is on my list as well. And we are reading, well, I did finish Network Effect by Murderbot, and I am about to start Swiffer Than Flame. Something, I don't remember. The name is complicated and I can never get it. But it'll be up there in just a minute. And what were you're going to knit, right? Are you going to listen to an audio book while you're knitting?
I am knitting anyone who's been around my channel knows my Lillian blanket by now. Well, I'm knitting myself one.
So pretty.
And it's like a big round blanket. You can't really see the pattern at the moment, but I will post photos on the Discord and stuff like that when you can actually start seeing what it's going to look like. And then, yeah, just an audiobook. I might go back to it because I didn't want to bring it into this week. And it is now Tuesday for me.
You're like, I need it to be over.
I do need it to be over.
Especially if you're getting to the ending.
That's also points for, yeah, I know that it's coming. And I'm just like, might need to skip over that part. But yeah, it will end up being points for quite a few readathons. So,
Nice.
And one of them, the deadline is the 23rd, and it's the 20th for me right now.
Gotta listen to that, man. Get it done. Get it done.
Yeah, I've got like 8 hours, 8.5, 9 hours, somewhere around there to go, depending on how fast I speed through it. But it's good. I am enjoying it.
That's good. Yeah, I quite liked it until that ending. Except the first time I read it, I was 10. So let me tell you, I didn't really understand the ending, right? Like I didn't really understand what it was I was reading. And then when I read it again, when I read it again as a young adult or as an like in my 20s, I was like, oh my gosh. I cannot. Oh.
Did you remember any of it from when you were a kid?
Yes, lots of images. When I read a book, when I'm left with it after I walk away, I get images in my head.
Yeah.
While I'm reading it, right? Because it's like watching a movie. So later, what I remember are certain images, anything that really impacted me. And that's definitely Stephen King, right? He could do a scene like nobody's business. I finally got to
Go ahead. I finally got to the point where Pennywise, like when I closed my eyes, Pennywise was just like smiling at me. I'm like, hi.
Yeah, it becomes so visceral. And that is the thing Stephen King's good at too.
Yeah. Pennywise didn't try and harm me or anything like that. I'm okay.
You're like, I know he's not real.
My eyes and it's just smiling Pennywise.
But I'm fine, I swear.
Balloon.
Always a red balloon. Yeah, that severed arm. I never didn't see that severed arm. Something about a child, even when I was a child, it's not just an adult thing, right? You know, it's something about children being injured is so hard.
Yeah, that was pretty like, oh. But I think I watched the movie and I went, ow.
Yeah, exactly, right? Molly says that she's sad-faced because she cleared the cookies on her computer and it turns out tags in Libby aren't stored in Libby.
Oh.
That would be frustrating because I would assume they would be.
So don't clear my cookies.
No, not if you want the tags in Libby. And Jamie, talking about their rescue kittens, 5 to 8 weeks old, ideally, and get them ready for the shelter. I love that. I thought about doing that. We'll see. I can't do it with puppies because I'd keep them, but I think I could do it with kittens. SN12, so many brands sell vegan chocolate. Yeah, but we were talking about how expensive they were earlier. So, but it's not about vegan, it's about gluten-free. So that's not the same thing. So you can get vegan and stuff, plenty of gluten in it.
I mean, anything that's vegan will be dairy-free as well.
True. It will be dairy-free. Absolutely.
But like a lot of chocolates over here, they use barley in their chocolate mix, and barley is what contains gluten.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, barley, wheat. They're in the same family.
Barley, wheat, rye, and Australian, New Zealand class oats is not gluten-free either. But that's because there's a certain protein that reacts the same way as gluten. It's not actually gluten, but it's like a 20% chance that you have the same reaction. And so
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's called Avenin. And so I think there's another one in oats that has the same kind of chances. But because of that, Australia and New Zealand has a strict no oats for celiac policy. policy. You know what I
Huh.
mean? But
So you're down to
like,
corn, rice, and potatoes.
pretty much. I mean, there's like gluten-free maize. We can eat maize.
Mhm.
Is maize the same as corn?
Yep. It's the same,
Oh.
just different words. It's actually supposed to be called, like, the Native Americans called it maize, at least the ones that we got the word from. Corn
Right.
is actually the word they used in Britain for any grain that they were growing. So they ended up calling it corn when they came over here because they didn't know what it was, because it was a grain that was growing.
Right.
So I learned that watching the medieval stuff on YouTube. There's some really cool things because I was building a fantasy world, right? So we talk about their
Right.
farming, and that's where I learned they would call all the grains. It didn't matter if it was barley, wheat, whatever, and that was before corn. They before maize, right? They
Mm.
called everything corn.
Oh,
So
interesting.
yeah, I know. I'm like, my language is fascinating. It's so
It is.
fascinating.
It's very fascinating. But we can have tapioca as well. And there's like things like flaxseed, psyllium husk. There we go. That we can eat as well. So that kind of helps with the fiber that you lose from A, the oats, and B, a lot of wheat-based products.
Mhm.
And like grains like that. So yeah, I mean there are workarounds, but
they're annoying
and
or expensive, one or the other. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes both. Yeah. But it's better
Yeah.
than being sick, man. Jeez.
Oh yeah, you don't want to see me when I'm having a reaction.
Mm-mm.
It's pretty legendary.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Let's see. Tina found cacao bars in the baking section. You melt those and add coconut oil and honey. There you go. Coconut oil will work. And you can pour it over ice cream before freezing, and it makes a hard chocolate shell over them. Ooh, yum. That sounds yummy.
Ooh.
Let's see. Except the whole point was no dairy, so you wouldn't put it over ice cream. But, you know, there's other kinds of ice cream.
There is vegan ice cream out there.
Yeah, I've seen that too.
Tip Top over here does a vegan and gluten-free ice cream, which is incredible. It's actually really yummy. And like you actually get the wafer, like you know the cone, the ice cream cone. You actually get that with the Tip Top stuff.
So you get gluten-free all around. Have your nice summer treat.
Yeah, exactly. Well, summer, winter, any
Okay,
time
good. I was
along
going to
the
say, unless you're in Houston, we eat it all the time. So apparently so do you. So there you go.
Yeah.
we need our ice cream all the time. And Sadia just got home. Hello, hello. And Kiana is reading When Books Went to War. Oh, I actually just saw that one. Let's see. Wow, Sue Shelter puts down the kittens under 12 weeks. Holy moly. That's aggressive. They must have a big cat problem. Yeah, Jamie says in her part of Colorado, they don't really have a kitten season either because climate change, winter's slower. Yeah. That's the thing, man. There's actually statistics. Cats are a real problem. It's probably why the shelter does it under 12 weeks is because they cats actually, you know, that's always like breeding like bunnies, but cats actually can have more litters more often than rabbits. They breed much faster than rabbits do. SN works. All right. SN it is. So SN is the name. So for next time they pop in yours too, Kiwi, it's SN. The Julie Chan book in my TBR as well. Yay, me too. I'm going to read that one third. So I have to do the Brighter Than Swiffer. I can't do that name. I don't know why the words just fall out of my head. Then the Fan Castle Guard and then Julie Chan. So I'm trying to get her kid done. I've got some things. And so this is very, very much helping me getting that competition done. Competition. It's not a competition. Personal competition?
Yeah, it's a personal competition. I'm going to try again next year. Or actually, it restarts in a couple of months, doesn't it?
In a month. Yeah, June 6th, we get the announcement, and it starts July 6th. Pretty sure it's the 6th. Coconut milk ice cream is tasty. I have not tried that, actually. I've had avocado ice cream. That was actually pretty good. Yeah, that was nice. Yeah, I guess it was creamy enough. It just replaced the milk product like the coconut would, and it was pretty darn good.
Yeah.
Let's see. And Tina made ice cream from frozen bananas. Yes, I was going to say there was something else I made it from besides avocados. That was it, bananas. Put them in the food processor with a small amount of water. Also, I've gotten the dairy-free ice cream from the store. Yep. And Jamie, cars can have 3 litters per year, and a 4-month-old female can be pregnant. Oh, cats can have 3 litters per year, and a 4-month-old female can be pregnant and have her first litter by 6 months old. Yeah, it's crazy. It's just crazy. Awesome. All right, I'm gonna stop it there. We will go into our next hour sprint. See if we can start seeing the pattern on that gorgeous blanket of yours.
I'm probably going to head off. I've got
excellent.
more adulting to do, and like,
and you've been on for hours.
The time goes on. First thing I'm going to do is hop in the shower, try and wake up a bit.
That's right. You're like, I don't need another nap. You just need dinner is what you need. So that duck, we'll get that in.
Yeah, it's only 3:00 in the afternoon.
Oh, well, you know.
And because I'm trying to be healthier, like I've got a thing of like nuts in here. This is actually this is a cereal from Costco.
Well, that looks healthy and really boring. You should put some dried fruit in there. That'd be much yummier.
It's actually quite sweet. It's got like a honey like glaze on it or something like that. So like it's sweet enough as it is.
So it's one of those.
But yeah,
it tastes better than it looks.
Fruits would be really nice. This is like being a cereal, but like I just eat it on its own just for a snack. But yeah, I'm still like as I'm kind of coming down from the sugar loading and the salt loading. My brain is just like, just go to sleep it off.
You're like, I have stuff to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Roll the dice. Just make yourself do it.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right.
So
let's go.
All
so
right.
Thank you so much for joining us. It's way more fun.
Thank you for having me. And I'm so sorry about all of that technical stuff.
That wasn't your fault. That was me. What are you sorry for? We were trying to make that work, but we've got it now. So we troubleshooted and hit all the buttons. See?
Now, next time somebody comes on, you're going to be like, we can do it.
I'm like, yeah, we got this. Hold on. It won't be nearly as scary. It's already been as scary as it's going to get. So we're good.
Yeah, exactly. Well, thank you so much for having me on. Thank you for joining me in the last part of my sprint.
Absolutely. It's fun.
Yeah. It was
all
great.
Right.
Excellent. I will see everybody later. Bye.
Good night. All right. Let's do this sprint. And I get to start a new book. I love starting new books. All right. So let's get this on. I'm going to get my real life timer going since mine still doesn't make a sound. I haven't figured out how to do that part yet. And I will mute and let's get to reading. That's right. I have a very jazzy alarm. Otherwise, I don't hear it. So how'd you do? How'd you do this round? Welcome, first of all, our newest guest, Jamie. How are you today?
I'm great. How are you doing?
Not too bad. Oh, I love your lipstick, by the way.
Thank you.
I love it. Awesome, awesome. So welcome. First time we've been together in stream, so this is exciting.
Yeah.
Let's see. I got to 19% in this book, and so far I love it. I love it. I love it.
Okay.
Are we good? Yes.
Yeah,
Hold on,
we're good.
Let me find the chat. Oh,
Mhm.
I'm hitting the wrong. I have two different browsers up, two different things going on. I'm like, where is it?
Yeah,
There it
yeah.
is. Yay. Welcome. So we have Jamie on. Let's see. I got to 19% in this book that I can never remember the title of. Brighter Than Scale, Swifter Than Flame by Neon Yang. And so far, I love it. This is a new release, and it feels like a fairy tale, and I love fairy tales. I love them, but it's written very much like that. So,
Cool.
did you have any time to read last sprint, Jamie?
Yeah, I've been working on books that I'd forgotten I started. So I'm
Nice.
working on Kane by June Toomer. And I thought I was further along in it than I turned out to be. I was only on page 9. So obviously I didn't get very far into it last month. So I got to page 40. So that's much better. It's only
Are you liking it?
116 pages. Yeah, I'm liking it, but it's one of those that I feel like it should take me about an hour and a half to read the whole thing. It's only 116 pages. My reading pace, I should be done with it by now. But it takes forever. And it's not just because there's poetry. I don't like poetry.
Yeah, me neither.
But even when it's not poetry, it's like the prose is still poetry. So you're trying to figure out half the time, okay, do they mean what they said literally, or is this a symbol? And there's a lot of I'm forgetting what they call it, where you write the dialogue where it's spelled like it would sound kind of
onomatopoeia.
No, well, in this case it's set in post-slavery South.
Oh, so the dialect. They've got the dialect in there?
Dialect. Yes.
Gotcha.
And there's another phrase for being really nerdy for that, like where they're using the dialect and they're spelling it out, but I'm forgetting it right now. But yeah, it's doing that. And not the same spelling from one section to the next. It's
I know that's frustrating. They should definitely be spelling it the same.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be kind of rustic the way they did it. Like it gives it more of a feel like it's being written by a semi-literate Black person kind of thing. I'm not sure how much they gain from that, and it seems like nowadays readers might just find that insulting.
For sure.
So, yeah.
Yeah. When was this book published?
A while ago. It's on the Box Hall's 1001 Books You Must Read Before You Die list. So it's older. 1923 was the original publication. So
was it
it's
even written by a Black author?
I don't know. The name might suggest.
I would be very curious.
June Toomer is the son of educated Blacks of Creole stock. So yeah, Black person. Yeah, so it's not inauthentic. Just for a modern reader, if this book were being published now, it would be problematic and things would not be.
Yeah. That's right. Part of my master's program is that your project at the end is publishing a book that's in the public domain. And so many of those are so problematic. There's always some issue like, I don't know that I want to do this. A friend of mine did the Dr. Dolittle ones. And they're for children, and they were definitely problematic. And so she actually got special permission to change some of the stuff. You just have to have the proper notes and all that kind of stuff to change it. I know there's all kinds of controversy about whether you should change things or not. My personal view
Yeah.
is if it's for adults, you should not change it. They should be
Right.
able to know, they should be able to see what was going, they should be able to, but for children, they have no context. They have, you know what I mean? So they are learning right now, and you're giving them outdated material to learn from. You know what I mean?
At the very least, you need to have the notes, or like what the Penguin editions do, where they have lots of notes and the introduction and the essays, so that if you're reading the original text, it's not by itself. And you know, yeah,
But
I'm
again,
waiting
for
for
adults,
somebody
that's
to pick
great,
up
but
some
that's
of
not
my
going to work with
favorites.
kids.
No, and it needs to be done with the right texts for kids, because I read all eras, all the classics. Even among adults, if you haven't had a thorough education, like I forget sometimes. I have 3 degrees in 3 different subjects.
Same.
And
I can't study one thing. Boring. I mean, I only have 2, but yes.
and when you have that background, you forget. Most people, even most adults, don't have that when they're going into a book. So I'm comparing what I'm reading to everything I know, and I read 300 to 400 books a year, plus that background.
Right.
And so trying to imagine what the same text looks like for someone that's not that. Like I'm at the outlier of the outliers range for what I'm bringing to these books.
And you're looking at it going,
Yeah, and with this book, it's on the Boxall's 1001 list, which means that a lot of people are trying to read it that don't have that background, because it's just on a list. Someone said it's good, that they should read it, and it is short. So it's
So people are going to pick
deceptively
it.
simple. Yeah,
right.
yeah. And I've seen people try to read it for that purpose on BookTube that really don't know what to think about it. It's a lot harder than it looks.
Yeah, that's impressive. That's impressive. You have to let us know when you're done what the overall feel was at the end. But I agree, poetry is just not my thing. It's just not for me. Let's see. Christina said, bye, Jessica. We had lots of people wishing Jessica good night. And then you saying you might come on. Look, you did. Here you are. And let's see. Glenda says, yeah. Okay, Jamie. Sadia is here. Hi, Sadia. Bedtime for the boys. Christina says younger, his school has school in the AM, and the old one has to work at 4 a.m. again. Ooh, the boys are busy. I thought husband was working at 4 a.m. She could just include that in her boys. I could understand that.
Yeah, maybe a boy. Yeah.
Yeah, that would make sense to me. All right. Sue says, well, I am off. My body says it needs to rest. Good night, everyone. And thanks for this, Prince. Good night, Sue. Thanks for coming. I hope you got a lot read. And everyone says good night. Kiana took a hot bath and heading to bed also. Good night. Yeah, this is usually about when I go to bed too. So let's see.
Yeah, this is the part of the day where it starts getting thin for a little while.
Yeah, right. Like it's just too tired. What's your normal time to go to bedtime?
I usually stay up until 3 a.m.
Oh,
so
nice.
I'll probably hop on with I think, is it Saluna next?
I think so.
When I was on the spreadsheet, I think that's
Kiani.
what it was next.
Yeah, I'd have to look it up again.
So if it's that, I like hopping on with her, and so I'll probably be on with her, and then when she finishes hers, I'll take my computer back to my room and hang out for a sprint and then go to bed. So that's my usual pattern.
I gotcha. It makes sense. Also, you're up late feeding those cats, so those kitties need to eat, man.
Well, and at night you don't get interrupted by all the housemates and all the other stuff, so you get more reading done, and yeah.
Oh, so true. Does that mean you sleep in more during the morning, or do you just need less sleep? And if I'm asking anything too personal, please don't answer me. We're good.
I'm one of those that I get up around 10 to 11 o'clock in the morning.
Oh,
so
that works. Yeah.
I'm getting 7 to 8 hours of sleep, I'm just getting them shifted.
At a different time. Makes total sense
Yeah.
to me. Yeah, I
Yeah.
only need like 7 hours sleep usually, right? So it's still, pretty close to the
Yeah.
normal. And normally I could do 6 for a long time too, but then
Yeah.
stuff happen. It quite frankly depends on the time of the month for me where my hormones are.
Same. And if I'm going to bed at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, I can
Mhm.
get up at 10 just fine. If I have to go to bed early to
Mhm.
get up ridiculously early, which for me is like 6 to 8 o'clock in the morning, I don't do as well if I do that too much. So then I need closer to 8 hours of sleep.
Mhm.
So
It makes sense. Sleep cycle is weird. I always wondered if we didn't have these arbitrary hours that we put on ourselves as human beings. I don't think we would all sleep the same schedules,
no, genetically we wouldn't.
right? That's what I thought, too. I'm like,
My
there's no way.
genetics, like
Mhm.
I'm a late type chronotype. My genetics, my body thinks it's bedtime at 3 to 4 a.m. And that's with the triggers of light from, the sun, and like my body times from when the sun comes up and says that 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. is bedtime.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and everybody's got a natural bedtime. It's just we don't allow ourselves to find out what that even is unless you're a morning type. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. And I'm a daylight type.
Yeah.
I can stay awake totally as long as it's daylight. So I wake up as
Mhm.
early. So in other words, in the summer, I don't need nearly as much sleep as I do in the winter.
And that is
So
also a genetic type. Like
yeah,
you are keyed to sunlight way more than I am, just biologically.
yeah, for sure. Enough so that if there's too much cloud cover, that will affect
Mhm.
me. If cloud cover stays in too long, that will affect everything about me. So I'm
If
100%
I
sun
moved to
dependent.
Iceland where they have the long winters where it's dark, I would be fine. I wouldn't get seasonal affective disorder because dark is not a problem for me.
And I would not get out of bed.
Yeah.
I'd be like, nope, I'm hibernating like a bear. You wake me up later. I love it. I love it. People are so fascinating. Our bodies are, we only know a fraction about them. And half the stuff we do know, we ignore. So,
Mhm.
Let's see. Christina, younger one and old one, both in bed. Now maybe some reading. Yes, Christina. Done
Mhm.
for the day with, familiar responsibilities. Time to dig in. Molly is 58% into Song and Tide. Very
Mhm.
nice, very nice. And 198 of 234 into I Am Princess X. So you're about equal. You're just close to being done. What, 40 pages? Not bad. Not bad.
Mhm.
I like that she's reading more than one book at once. I do that too. Do you read
Oh, yeah.
more than one book at once?
I have my primary and secondary audiobook, physical book, and ebook. And then if I get bored with all 6 of those,
Mhm.
there are others. And then
Just in
there's like,
case.
and like right now this week I had that big bag of books sale that was all I could really focus on for the last week or so.
Mhm.
That means that I had to find space for about 400 new books.
Ooh.
And in the process, I found some books that I'd forgotten I started but hadn't finished. So I moved them into my TBR stack
Back to
and
the
they're going to
TBR.
get done.
I love
So
it.
that's why I'm reading Kane now, because that was one of those. And
Gotcha.
yeah, I don't like to leave them to linger too long because eventually you have to just restart.
Right, which is utterly frustrating.
Mhm.
Let's see. And Christina restarted laptop, so hopefully it will behave for the rest of the night. That's right. Be nice, laptop. Well, you saw me in technology. Sometimes it works great. Sometimes it's like, oh.
Yeah.
Tina read a little and then got some nighttime things done. Excellent. Asking Jamie what book. Oh, you just described the book. We are good on that.
Yeah.
And Jessica came back to say hello. Jamie is here. Let's
Yes.
see. And just blobbed out. To be honest, I could do my room tomorrow. Yeah, sometimes. And I mean, Jess Kiwi, she was on for hours today. You know what I mean? So I could see that she needed a break.
Yeah, it's time to do something else for a bit.
Yep. And I guess Kiana's going to bed. They're wishing Kiana good night. And they've said hello to you. And hubby is the old one. We were right the second time we were guessing. Yeah, I think that makes sense. And yes, it's Kiani in an hour. So at midnight, well, 45 minutes now, it'll be Kiani.
Yep.
Oh, what was the title again of that book you were talking about?
It's called Cane, as
Like-
in sugar cane.
So Cane.
Yeah, it's Cane by Jean Toomer.
There you go.
It is a classic from the 20s. So slavery is over, but Jim Crow laws
Crow's in.
have made up for it. Yep.
So let's see. Molly says, "Oh, good news! They got the broken lawnmower out of the library. Been there 2 years. Ooh! So now I just need to declutter a bit, and you'll have a reading nook back. Yay!
Yay.
Reading nooks are awesome. Excellent, excellent, Molly. Oh my, sorry for yelling. I just thought you were super excited. It's the chat's all in caps. That's why.
Mhm.
It's all good. I sent my daughter a text and didn't realize because it's really an iMessage, right? So I do it on my computer because I have a Mac. And so I'm typing it out and I hit send, right? And then I was like, oh, sorry, didn't realize it was all caps. She was like, I was wondering why you were yelling.
Yeah. I remember back in the day, before that became such an ingrained concept of the caps as yelling, there were devices where you couldn't make it not all caps. And because that ended up being so misleading, over time, the number of devices where you couldn't change it has decreased to where now it's no longer something people are even aware was a thing.
Huh. Yeah, I don't remember that either. My husband might. He's been on computers since before anyone had seen one, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
Yeah, because I remember being on chat rooms every so often, and there'd be someone that was just, "I'm sorry, I can't change it." And yeah.
Well, I will tell you as an editor, though, texting and chat rooms and the internet in general has definitely changed the way people write. There are all kinds of things I have to correct them on. I'm like, that's great, but Chicago Manual of Style, right? Like I have to, all kinds of things that we just tell them. Things like the capitalization, right? I'm like, well, that's not actually how we shout in books, right? This is not.
Right.
Not that you'll never see it, by the way. We have a lot of indie and we have some authors that are so important. The editors are like, whatever you want, right? But
Well, I've seen ones where they're doing literary fiction, where they're doing more of the conventional stuff for internet, but they do it where it's elegantly meshed with novel formatting. So it's not all the way internet. You can still read it smoothly as a novel, but they'll just, instead of doing quotes the way you would normally do them in a novel, they do something else that is in keeping with whatever the story is. Usually there's AI or something else going on, so that the quotes are weird anyway, like they're not really speaking but they are, kind of thing, or I don't know. But yeah, there's ways to do it right.
Yes, but very few of them.
Yeah.
But I mean, then you have, people, there's always exceptions to every rule.
Yeah.
I always tell them that. Like according to Chicago Manual of Style, American English, gray is spelled Gray. British English, it's Grey. Now, when it comes to name, doesn't matter. But that's how it's actually, that's the rule. And me, as somebody paying me to edit for them, my job is to tell them the rule. Now, if they choose to ignore it, they're allowed to do that too, right? So that's kind of the thing. So I have to know what the rules are. But then you read like Dresden Files, he always spells gray, Grey.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you his editor told him, hey, it's supposed to be this way. He was like, don't care. And they were like, all right. Now, that being the publisher, they could put their foot down. But, there are way more important things to put your foot down on usually.
Yeah.
So
as a reader and reviewer, that's like, how you spell gray is not going to change my star rating.
Exactly. So
if I can't figure out who's speaking because you've been too creative with the dialogue, that's going to change my star rating.
Can I tell you how many times as an editor I have to highlight a part and say, who said this?
Yes.
Who said this?
Or where you have to start counting person A, person B. Like,
Right.
I think
I was like,
this one is the wrong person.
no. I'm like, as soon as people start thinking about how you're writing it, you're no
Yes.
longer telling the story.
Yes.
It
I'm
needs to
popped
work,
out of
man.
I'm popped
Yeah.
out of the narrative. I am now thinking as someone grading a paper instead of someone reading a novel.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is why I can't read Sally Rooney.
Good to know. I
Cannot do it.
haven't read her yet.
She
Yeah.
does not use any punctuation. And
Oh
she
my
has,
God.
I mean, any. And she has pages of like one paragraph. So I have now I have no idea about content. Like I said, I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
You know, when you edit for a living, I can't.
Mhm.
And so I'm reading my very first one, but I'm doing it on audio. So I'm letting the narrator make those decisions for me. So because I picked up, I'm like, oh no. I'm like, is it always like, and I had friends tell me, oh yeah, that's how she writes. I'm like, how do you read that?
So if I'm reading one in print, I should make sure I get an older copy that I don't feel bad about using a red pen in.
Oh,
And
you're
then
gonna
I
use a
might
lot of ink.
feel better.
A lot of ink. But here's my point.
Oh.
Why?
Right.
Why? Like I'm listening to this right now on
Mhm.
audio. So far, it's fine.
Yeah.
I'm starting with intermezzo, and so
That's the one I need to read this year. Yeah.
right. So that's why I put it on the list. I'm like, I need to read. It was one of the most popular for YouTubers last year. So I'm like, I'm gonna read this year, but like I said, not read it with my
Yeah.
eyeballs.
listen.
Yeah. So I'm like, let me, I'm gonna do it this, and so far it's fine. I mean, it's a perfectly fine story. It's nothing awful and it's nothing amazing so far. Very beginning. I cannot see any reason why this needs to be written without punctuation.
Right. Because you're going to phrase it in such a way when you're reading it aloud or not,
Mm-hmm.
where there might as well be punctuation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Readathon says that they recommend the immersion reading, right? Yeah, where that I can understand that, except there's no way I would do that with this. Yeah. And yeah, you were told that Christopher
It would
Walken
drive
takes
me
out his punctuation in his lines. He does, but he's an actor who's deciding how to say his lines. That's great.
Yeah.
As a reader, I shouldn't have to figure
Right.
out where your dang sentence ends.
And if you're speaking it, if you're speaking it, you're going to do different marks anyway for how you're going to deliver it.
Yep.
And so then the punctuation gets in the way of how you're thinking about your delivery.
Mm-hmm.
But that's different from how it should be on the page when it's just a book.
Correct. Yeah. So I'm not. No way. I was like, the audio saving me on this one. I'm telling you right now. There's no way. There's no way. No way. Especially doing this for a living. I just couldn't. No. Let's see.
I was a TA in a writing program in grad school. So anytime it gets bad enough, my brain goes into TA mode and I feel like I need to be marking the sentences.
Yeah. 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 I mean, that's what I've been doing all day today was editing, right? And this one was dev editing. But even when I'm developmental editing, I'm not really worried about the punctuation, except I still can't help myself. Right? Because I'm also, when you're developmental editing someone's story, you're also helping them with some of the regular things. It's surprising how many authors get confused on how you punctuate, whether it's a dialogue tag or an action tag, right? And so those kind of things that you just teach them as they go along. So I tend to mark those anyways. But what I'll do is I'll mark them a bunch, and then just so I can get through the edit. Because first of all, they might delete this whole chapter. It's ridiculous to fix the punctuations, right? We're too early in the process. And then I just make a note, hey, this is how it's supposed to be done. I won't fix them. That's the copy editing job, right? And so I just make sure that they know also, because sometimes the client will be like, but you didn't fix the spelling. I'm like, not my job. It's in the contract. If I was copy editing for you, that's my job. But not as a dev editor. So.
Yeah.
Let's see. Molly was saying, yeah, I was trying not to yell. Christine says, it's supposed to be because there may be a change in the train schedule. Oh, is there? All right. Well, let me know. Let me know in here, because I'm not on Discord right now. I've got enough things I'm juggling. So just let me know and I will keep track in here. Let's see. I mean, if you need me to go longer, let me know. I mean, I've got Jamie here to keep me awake. We can make this work. I can put another sprint on.
Yeah.
Let's see. Christina says she spells it with an E or an A, gray, depending on her mood. You're going to drive an editor crazy, Christina, but you're also not like writing for a living. So who cares? Spell it.
Yeah.
And Christina says, remember,
I
to
have
get
a
your
different
ticket
visual
stamped.
in my head. Like gray versus white.
Oh, do you?
Like, you know, there's the blue gray and kind of a warm yellowy gray.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's different grays. So I see gray with an E being more yellowy and
Oh,
gray with an A being more blue. And I always think of them that way.
interesting.
Hello.
Hi, Koda. Speaking about someone who stays up way too late.
Hi, here I am.
Uh-oh. Can I not hear Koda? Hold on. Is it my setting?
Uh-oh. Is
Might
it
be my
me?
setting. Hold on. I fix it. Let's see. Let's see what I have on Koda. You
It
are
might
not
be
muted
me.
for me.
Um,
There, I can hear
my
you now. We're
bar's
good.
okay. I was like,
Gotcha.
my bar's going.
Yep,
Okay.
we got you now. We're good. Excellent, excellent. Welcome, Koda. How are you?
I'm well. How are you guys?
Not too bad. Let me know what's going with the train. If y'all need me to stay a little longer, I can do that.
You're here for another 30?
Yes, I'm here till midnight. Like that's what I'm scheduled for.
I don't know my phone.
But it's not like I turn into a pumpkin otherwise, so it's okay.
I think that. Oh wait, hold on.
It is summer. I might turn into a watermelon. Who knows?
Yeah.
Let's see. Atia is at 23% in Murder in Old Bombay. Christina asks how she's liking it. Molly can't remember the title, but there is this award-winning book that is 4,000 pages long and is only one sentence. No, it's not. They might have decided it was one sentence, but it's not. The only one. That's why I couldn't get past
it's
William
not one
Faulkner.
thought. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way.
Hmm.
Because William thought
Yep.
he those sentences of Faulkner's, I'm like, dude, why? Why?
Or James Joyce. Did you read
Yes,
Ulysses
true.
yet?
I started Ulysses and I was like, maybe later. And I think that was 10 years ago.
I read the whole thing. I
You
read the whole
did?
thing, every
Oh.
page, every line.
Oh,
Oh my gosh. I was so mad at that book by the end of it. Oh,
look at me. I was mad after like 5 pages. I was like, nope, not for me.
Who wrote Ulysses?
James Joyce.
I was gonna say he just said it. James Joyce. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those
Then
very
what?
thick classics. I did the same thing with War and Peace. I'm like, I've always wanted to read War and Peace.
By the end of it.
I don't like the writing style. I just couldn't get into it. And that's about the
Oh,
same
yeah.
for all the
Translator.
Russian writers for me. I just can't get
Which
past it.
translation were you trying to read though? Because I've heard that one is better than the others.
Well, there's like 17, so I could not even tell you which one I tried last time.
I read 2.
I've heard
I
that
was going
Sinat
between a
Classics is
print
the best.
book. Yeah, I did a print book and a Project Gutenberg ebook. And the Project Gutenberg ebook proved really useful because I could copy and paste the next 300 pages worth into a Word document and then delete the paragraphs as I read them to make sure I actually read every line, which is what I did with Ulysses too, actually. But War and Peace, after about 1,000 pages, you get to the point it's not so bad.
Should I have to wait 1,000 pages though? That's my point.
For anything.
Yes. That's actually War and Peace.
No,
I had a rule that I would not DNF books. I just wouldn't. To me, I'm like, I'm not a quitter. And War and Peace made me finally decide, you know what? I'm old now. I can DNF. And ever since then, my life has been better. I'm just so much better.
I used to not DNF too, and then the one book that I DNF'd was like 80 something pages long is all. I could not hang, dude. I read the first page like 4 times and was like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't care. I
Was it Kane? Oh.
No, it's called what's that book called? Oh, now I have to go look on Goodreads because I don't remember off the top of my head. It's written by one of the guys who's like a regular writer on Doctor Who.
Okay.
And it's about like the characters on this screen in the spaceship that are like it's them. The story's about them. So like the pixelated characters on the screen are the main characters. I was like, I don't
You know,
know.
it's late at night now, so I cannot come up with either of the main writers. They have a new one now, though.
I'm
What's his
finding
name's
it.
leaving.
It's I have a shelf on Goodreads, my DNF shelf. It has one book on
Just this one.
Yeah.
it. Oh, it's called Rosebud. I didn't even have to go look.
Oh,
You're like, I remember now. It's Rosebud.
I
So
did. I
avoid
was like, I
Rosebud.
know it's something that's usually dirty.
Dirty or the Wagon. There's that cartoon where Rosebud is a red wagon.
And it is a red wagon.
I mean, Rosebud was a sleigh, right?
So the reason I look distracted is because I'm setting up a stream to follow this one.
Oh, you're gonna start after me then?
I think so. We haven't heard from Kiani, so we're not sure if she's still flooded or whatnot. So I'm
Oh
just
no, that's
being
right.
prepared.
Internet is
Be
really
prepared. Have you ever seen Hoodwinked?
Long time ago.
It's like one of the best cartoons of ever. And Be Prepared made me think of it. Be prepared, be prepared. And unless you've got a spare, you only got one life, so handle it with care.
The songs that live in our head rent free, let me tell you.
I love that movie so much. I think it's hilarious. Especially when
Let's
Granny goes extreme skiing.
Oh my.
30 minutes from now, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll probably just chat till then. So you're gonna have to like start a sprint right away, Koda. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. This will be the chatty bit.
This is
I
the
don't know what
chatty
I'll
bit.
do.
He's like, no problem. I'm taking a nap.
Yeah.
I'm like, I can go till 3. It's fine.
Yeah.
If not, Jamie can. I mean, she's gonna be up anyways.
I'll be on screen. I'll
She'll be
just
there
read
with
the
you, Koda.
Throwing it at Jamie.
That's right. She'll
Yeah.
be there.
There was a time before you guys figured out how to have, both Koda and Nicole reading the comments and moving everything around, where, one or the other one would disappear and the other one would just have to read the comments. There's precedent for this.
There is.
I'm reminded of that every time I'm on a guest with somebody late at night, just in case.
Yeah.
I could do
You
it.
can't click on them. You can read them, but you can't click on them when you're a guest.
Yeah.
Yeah, Creative Bone said that they
Yeah.
are here until 2 a.m. at work. Well, you're going to have to go over to YouTube then, and you can follow the KuKi train.
Yes.
You guys haven't seen Saluna in the chat, right?
We
Haven't seen
saw
who?
her,
Kiani.
No, I have not seen Kiani in the chat.
Still no reply. Okay, that's okay. It's set up.
Yeah.
I mean, with the flooding, when she was
Christine's
talking about
watching,
how
right?
flooded, when she was talking about how flooded her street was, I was surprised she still had internet and stuff.
Yeah.
She's how people aren't driving to Sydney anymore. They're sailing.
Yeah, I was
Talking me
just.
up about that.
I mean, I'm in Houston. We're no stranger to flooding, right? Yeah, and we lose that stuff quick. So.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
guess.
if it floods here, we're already we had flooding technically like 10, 15 years ago. But it was just on like the river plain areas and very narrowly defined because we're so dry. So it's not quite canyon country, but it's almost.
Mhm.
So flooding was like it rained for a week. That was all. It just rained for a week. So I don't know
we
what
live
I
in
would
a
do if I
swamp.
ever moved
Oh my
somewhere.
foot
wet.
itches again, you guys. It must be this chair.
Oh no,
Yeah.
chair's trying to get you.
Yeah.
In Houston, we live in a swamp. It's literally a swamp. Like we can't have basements or anything because the water table's so high. So it doesn't take
Yeah.
very long for us to flood.
Walk
Yeah.
outside and you get like 15 mosquito bites in the first 30 seconds.
Oh, for sure.
Mhm.
That's just when you take your garbage out. You don't even need a flood for that.
Yes.
Yeah, and the mosquitoes are just like about, I don't know, 100 times as big as any.
Yeah.
Except Alaska. They were bigger in Alaska when we visited, so that was impressive.
They're
That's
big
so
in the
funny.
Cascades too, Washington State area. They get
Oh yeah,
cute there too.
we get mosquitoes pretty bad. Not so much in town, but if you want to go to the mountains, whoo, those deer flies will get you.
Yeah, deer
They're the
flies
worst.
are worse than mosquitoes.
Yeah, way worse.
And little teeny tiny black ants. I was not thinking of them as a threat until I was on sprints with somebody a couple nights ago, and I had a little black ant walking around on my leg. I'm like, oh, it's just a cute little black ant. I'll deal with it later.
Did
It
it
starts
sting you?
biting me. It bit me 3 times before I found it and flicked it up and squished it and all that. But the tiny black ant, I did not think it was a threat. So
You
they're
don't know
on my
ants
list.
until you've been to Texas though, because they
Yeah.
got red fire ants, dude. And when they
Yeah.
bite you, it swells up like a zit. It's
Yeah,
We
they're
have
bad.
fire
craziest,
ants
and they
in
it's high
Colorado.
heaven.
Yeah, if you
Step in
go
the ant pile, there's nothing you
towards
can
the
do except
southern
grab
border, we
clothes.
have
Yeah, plus
You have what?
we actually have fire ants in southern
Right.
Colorado.
They're not red
They
though here.
haven't reached our county yet because they don't like winter.
right. Yeah, the winter kill them off every year. Well, we
But
don't
They're
have
different
anything
than
called
the
winters.
our fire
Mhm.
ants are different though than the ones in Texas, because someone showed me a fire ant here and they're black.
Mm-mm. The ones that are moving up into Colorado are the fire ants that are from
They're
further south.
migrating.
They are
Close the
expanding their
border.
territory
Close
as
the
climate
border.
change. Yeah.
Well, the fire ants that we have in Texas also are not native. They came from South America. Like they've been going
Right.
north. Yeah.
Yeah, they've been migrating.
Yep, they've been
Um,
migrating.
Yeah.
Rude. They're
Yeah,
evil.
and collared doves have been moving towards us from the east, so their range has expanded. And fox squirrels, their range has changed because of cities and
Are those the
everything.
ones with the cute ears? The gray ones with the
Those are
cute
the brown
ears?
ones that we have lots of. But I don't know, in your area, do you what squirrels do you have in your part?
The homeless looking ones. The homeless gingers is what I call them.
Yeah, those are the fox squirrels. The other ones are the egrets. And they're the ones that have the tufty ears, and some of them
Yeah,
are
those
black.
are cute. Those ones are
Those are
cute.
ebert squirrels.
You only see
Yeah,
them up
and
in the
they're more
hills
in the
though.
trees and the mountains, and yeah.
Yeah. Because when we go
So you should have them in
to
your town.
what's that place we used to go to? I forget the name of it.
Yeah, they're anywhere in the
There's place we used
Rockies.
to- Yeah. Well, we used to go up to I can't remember the name of that place now. I'll think of it later. Anyways, we used to go with Patrick's family for his sister's birthday every year. And they
Yeah.
had those cute little puppy ears squirrels.
Yeah, they're
What are they called?
adorable.
Eberts?
Ebert, like Albert would
Eberts.
take the
That's
L.
right. Yep.
Ebert
Eberts.
squirrel.
Mm-hmm.
And
Have
then
you ever
you
seen
have
one,
brown
Kelly?
squirrels, right?
I've seen them in
Like-
pictures. I don't think I've seen them in real life.
They're cute.
Mhm.
And I hate squirrels.
I love squirrels.
Right. Yeah.
You wouldn't love them if you had a garden.
Yeah, I
Oh,
would
they're
still love 'em.
adorable.
Like
I
they
have
ate
some that live
all
in
of
the
the
tree and
raspberries and strawberries last year again.
yeah. Yeah.
No,
I'm
someday.
like, cats, what are you doing?
Oh, we have
Not
a
your
dog that
job.
gets. Yeah, we have dog that'll get them, so they don't come in our yard. Same with the possum. Every spring, the baby possums come in the yard because they haven't learned yet,
Mhm.
right?
Awesome.
And so it's so funny because every time we get to play the game, is it faking or really dead? To see when we go out there. So far, they've just been faking it. Knock on wood.
You'll know when they're not picking it because they're not scared of nothing. You try to shoo it with a broom and it's all
No, I mean fake it being dead, right? Because
Yeah,
you
they-
just see him,
they
our
do.
dogs go after him, and then it's just laying in the yard. And I'm like, all right, did they get it, or is it just faking it? Because it confuses the dogs too. It works. That is a
Mhm.
good behavior. It works very well. It has saved many of a possum's life in my backyard. And so they'll
That's too
just lay
bad
there.
that they're
And like
that
I said, it's just
smart.
the babies because then they learn, right? And they don't come in our yard. And so they just lay there. And their eyes are closed and everything. I mean, seriously, they play dead. This is
That's
not a
so
cartoon thing. They do it.
Oh my
And so
goodness,
we
that
bring
sounds
the
so
dogs
fun.
inside, close the doors,
Yeah.
and just wait. And so you just wait because you got there, look at them, you can't even see them breathing. So
Yeah.
you just close the door and you wait, right? Everyone's looking at the windows, including the dogs, right? And then
See, the
eventually they'll
squirrels
just pop
here.
back up and scream right off.
Oh my goodness.
The squirrels here are too domesticated. They ain't scared of shit. So they come
No.
from in between that road and this road. There's just this much wilderness. There's a bush, and they come over here and they don't just come into my yard, Kelly, and eat the vegetables. They come in the house and eat the cat food.
Wow, now those are brave. We only have brave raccoons around here, not the squirrels. Those are brave squirrels.
The raccoon, all he's ever did is ate my grapes, all of them. And then one night he came, and I didn't even know we had a raccoon. I didn't know what was eating my grapes at the time. I was sitting on the couch I'm usually sitting on, which is across from the sliding glass door. I
Uh-huh.
don't remember what I was doing, and I looked up, and there was a raccoon at my sliding glass door. Like, I was like,
They're
oh.
so cute.
And
I
luckily the
know.
door was closed because I usually leave it cracked for the cats. I went out there, and by the time I got to the door, it was gone. I opened the door and stepped outside, and I look over, and Indy's in the yard, like not even moving. She was scared to that raccoon.
It's
I
like,
was
did
like,
you
"What are
see
you
that
scared
raccoon?
of? You look like a raccoon. You're almost as big as that raccoon."
Oh my gosh. Gotta love it.
So, if we could go like an extra 5 minutes here, I just
Yeah,
don't
that's
want to
fine.
start if Kiani shows up because we're not
Yeah.
sure.
Okay.
If she's
I
planning
would
to
hate
and
to
just
start
hasn't
if
been
she's
able to.
if she's showing up.
Yeah, I have no
But
issue.
if
Like
you
I
want to
can't stay
throw
here till 4
me,
a.m. my time, but I can stay for another 5 minutes. No problem.
Christina, if you want to throw me on the playlist after Kiani, and then we can just delete Kiani and have everybody refresh if she doesn't pop in. Or I can add
Yeah.
it. They won't let me delete though. I'm surprised it lets you.
Christina has all the power.
I
Hmm.
have the
All the
power
power.
too, but it won't
Yeah.
let me.
No, all
Power
the power.
things.
I will say that we have someone on Twitch that's asking for introductions. Well, just so you know, this is KuKi
Oh,
MAYhem. So
no, it
anyone
won't.
else who's new. So we are the whole
No.
point of this readathon for the whole month of May is to read books off of your Kindle or whatever e-device you use. But we're not biased. We don't care how you read books. But this is the point. The point is to get rid of the digital copies. Everyone worries about their physical ones, so we forget about these ones. So that's what this is
Well,
for.
I have all of my Kindle books that I'm reading for KuKi. I have them all in physical form
Do
too.
you? You have them everywhere. You were like, what am I gonna?
Oh,
So
she already did. That's tomorrow.
oh, you got it.
I have
So
sprints
yes,
tomorrow?
I don't have sprint. I have sprints next Tuesday.
Did I set them up for tomorrow instead of tonight? I'm such a
Uh-oh.
doodah.
Well, it's hard when it's after
bad.
midnight. That's why you were probably.
My bad. Let me just fix that real quick. That's funny.
So what they're fixing right now is we do for this KuKi MAYhem in order to help you reach your goals and help us reach our goals too, is we do 24-hour sprints for the whole month of May. So you can go through and find there's a train on YouTube. You can find a whole train that has the whole list of everyone that is streaming, which is what they're talking about fixing right now, just in case someone has an emergency, right? Life happens. And so
Christina's
someone else will
actually
be in there.
posted it in the chat too.
Yeah, Christina does the links
Yes.
every so often in the chat.
Yeah, so that'll be in on YouTube. So it's in there. And because I stream on Twitch too, because I'm as a publishing company, I have lots of other things, right? You know, we do cover reveals and all kinds of things. So I do that too. But a lot of people are mostly on YouTube. So you
Is
can do
there
the
a
sprints
chat
24.
back here that I can send you something?
I don't know.
Where would that be?
You can send it on Discord. Are we friends on Discord?
I have that open.
There you go. Send it on Discord.
Maybe. I don't know if I am. Is it under Chris Dragonship?
No, it should be Kelly on Discord.
Kelly.
Kelly.
I can't find. Let's see. Let me go to KuKi. KuKi.
Yeah, it's
Click.
Kelly Colby, Cursed Dragon Ship in parentheses.
There you are.
We love our Discord.
Message. There you go. So that you can give it to the Twitch people.
Oh, that's
So
good. Thank you.
that's actually the link to this stream, but it'll put you on the playlist. So it'll just bring you to here where we are, but you'll be on the playlist. But if I end up taking over for Kiani, you guys, everyone on YouTube, no matter where you are on the playlist, will have to refresh, or you'll get taken to Kiani instead of my place. But it's an easy click too.
Yeah.
I don't know if that click's gonna work. Let me know if that one works, you guys, because it looks like it gave me a Discord link. So check that out.
Oh, did I give you did I just paste the thumbnail?
Yep, I think you did. Yep, that won't
I
work.
think I
Sorry.
did.
Hold on. We'll try this again. Well, if
I
you're just
got you.
posting a
Hold on.
link, I can do that.
Well, I was
Ah.
posting it with the playlist included.
I'm sure Christina posted it. I can copy it from her.
Yeah. Well, if we put that link in Selena's chat when hers becomes available to put stuff in the chat, then if it doesn't work, the link is right there in case people
You can
need to.
chat over there. You can chat
I think
before a sprint starts.
It should be ready now. Yeah, because she did it
Yeah, that's what
yesterday.
Jamie
Got them
means,
all
yeah.
set up. So. Yeah. So we can just make sure that the link is in that chat just in case it doesn't work.
Copy link. There we go. I've done it. I figured it out. So there we go.
There we go. That looks better. Copy link.
I'm just gonna, while I'm here, paste Kiani's and mine too, so that you can share
There you go.
no matter
That link
what the
will work.
switch is.
And then you can do the 24-hour sprint with us. We love it. Anyone who likes that body doubling and needs that, extra, someone else is doing this too, so now I can work. I definitely need that. It helps me a
Me
lot.
too. I don't even need
So-
somebody
We need a
to
lot
do
of
anything.
chatting.
You just have to be present and talk to me, and I can do my stuff as long as you're okay with me doing my stuff while you're
Stuff while we're talking, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what we
Yep.
were doing, all kinds of things to get our writing done. And a friend of mine said, we just need to meet in person. So we started doing that again, like we used to when we were first writing. So, she's working on like her 6th book. I'm working on my 5th book. And so 4th book in this series. No, it's my 6th book too. Anyways, but 4th book in this series. And so I can't seem to do it at home, but we meet in person at a restaurant. And now we're looking at each other going, we need to get this shit done. And it works, right? It's just, again, as Jamie and I were talking about earlier, the human brain.
Yes.
I know. Tell me about it, man. That brain.
And let's see. Glinda got in 10% in The Lie She Wears by Elmar. SN never noticed that about normal people, about the no punctuation. We were talking about Sally Rooney. Never
punctuation?
noticed. I'm sorry?
What did you say about punctuation?
Sally Rooney doesn't use punctuation in her books.
Oh.
So it's very
I don't know.
But see, like SN didn't even notice it when she read it, right? And I guarantee you there are plenty of people who can, but I'm an editor and I can't. It will distract me to no end.
I wouldn't be able to either. I would give that book to the first person I borrowed it to, and it would have punctuation in it.
Right, that's what Jamie was saying. She's like, that's why I'm listening to the audio book.
It would have it by the time you're done. Yes.
Yeah.
No. I'm like, I do this all day for pay. I am not going to do this for fun. Not happening.
That's why, I can't. I get so frustrated when I get an arc that is poorly edited because I spend more time making notes about the editing
how to fix it.
than actually reading the book. Except for I'm the same.
I
who
get
could not
frustrated
read.
with the ebooks for that because if I have it in hand, my frustration isn't as high if I can at least mark the stuff. If it's in a
that's what I end up
format
doing is
on my computer and I can't mark it,
you can with Kindle,
but I don't have Kindle. I've been using the NetGalley reader.
They don't have a highlighter in there and a note. There's not.
They might, but it's not the same.
It's the only way on the digitals.
Yeah, I know. I want to get to the
screaming
point where
right off.
publishers just start sending me books. Like I would be quite happy to have piles of books publishers have just sent me, like unsolicited manuscripts, like people complain about all the time. Like that's fine. I wouldn't mind that, because I much prefer actually having it in hand. If it has issues, I will write in the margins and mark the thing as if I'm, grading it or editing it, and then I feel better. They may never see my marks, but I feel better.
Well, if you're ever bored and you want to do some proofreading, let me know. We can.
I like
I
proofreading.
could do
I would
that.
seriously take you up on that. It is
We're
fun for me.
always looking for some
I'm
beta readers.
I'm a very good proofreader.
Because that's the biggest problem we have as a small company is we do have
Highly
more
anal.
typos than we like that get through. Because
Yeah.
instead of having dozens of people who read our work before it gets to readers, we usually have, a handful of people instead.
Right.
So and
Send it
even
to me last. I'll be the final touches guy.
yeah, because
I'm
all
good
we
with that.
need are things like, oh, there's you is in there twice. Because that's the thing that your eyes miss, right?
Mhm.
Right.
That's why we always
You
have
is
a
in here
different
twice,
person
or
doing the
like
dev edit than a different person doing the copy editor, right? That's not the same person
Right.
because they're already blind to it if they did, right? So you have, but again,
Yeah.
we have a handful of people instead of dozens. So we do
Yeah.
have some stuff that slips by just because, again,
Mhm.
human. So
Yeah.
I'm
What kinds of
down.
books do you do?
Just check with me ahead of time to make sure I have time to do it by the deadline or whatnot, so that because you know how I
Like,
am with
what's your
always
range
being
for your
behind on shit.
yeah, and that would be always the thing, right? It's always, hey, do you want it? And I want you to like it too, right? So be a genre you
Right.
like. And so we only publish fantasy, sci-fi, and horror.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we
I
stay
read
in the spec
sci-fi
fic
and fantasy.
section.
Yeah.
I'll do horror and sci-fi or fantasy. I'm down for
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, we
I
have
read
lots
all
I'm
of
of
not
them.
into fan room. If it gets too much into, and then she saw his chest hair and thought, wow, that's a sexy dragon. I'm out. I'm done.
Okay, now I'm seeing like a dragon with
Where
like
did
mammoth
that
hair.
come from? And who is this? Who is this dragon with the
This
sexy
hairy
chest hair?
dragon.
I didn't find out. I was done. I was totally done.
You were like, I didn't want to know anything else. No, sadly, we do have 2 romanticises, but they're low spice, so we don't even have anything that approaches that yet.
Yeah. But I do read a lot of sci-fi. So
Yeah, let me know when you
it's
start carrying
definitely
gay
sci-fi.
smut. I'll be down to read that.
Sooner than you think. If you want to write any,
Yay.
give me a call. Anyway, so we have back to the chat. Let's see. Oh, the book that was 4,000 pages is actually 1,000 pages long in one sentence, and it's called Ducks, Newbury Port by Lucy Ellman. Just in case anyone's curious, Molly found the title. ELLMANN is the author.
Ducks.
I will need my red pen for that one.
Right?
I don't do ducks because you know what comes after 2 ducks? A
No,
goose.
what comes after Koda?
A goose.
Look, innocence.
Goose. Duck, goose.
Oh yeah, goose. Yeah, that's totally what I was thinking. Okay.
Yeah, we don't like or possums. They're pretty much the same thing. One has feathers and one doesn't.
Otherwise, they're exactly the
I
same.
want possums here. Possums sound like a fun yard animal. So
Possums?
Let's get a rat. Let's get a rat.
Yeah, I want possums up here.
At least rats
Yeah.
purr and they don't hiss at you or try to bite you.
Possums eat ticks.
Yeah,
Do
rats
you have
do
a
too
like a
hissy.
abundance of ticks at your house or something?
Well, we have more than I would like.
I'm like, can you think of a better reason to have a possum, Jamie?
They're cool. They're like
They
they're
don't
totally
carry
a different
rabies. That's why
mammal.
I like them.
You can always
Yeah,
tell
that
when
too.
somebody's never
Yeah.
met a possum before.
I
Not
love
a southern
possums.
possum, anyways. Southern
Though we
possums
had
would be
one that
evil.
kept getting into our garbage can. Usually, it's the raccoon's smart enough to open them, but this one was. This possum was, and so we ended up getting him, and we painted his tail because we needed to know if it was the same possum that kept getting in. So we painted his tail with nail polish, so it didn't hurt him or anything, right? So we painted his tail so we would know who he was, and then we looked, and it was the same one that kept getting back in. So we put him in our cat carrier, and we took him
Mhm.
just to the next, across the railroad tracks to the next forested
Right.
area, right? And just left him there. And then
Mhm.
he never came back. And we know for a fact because we painted his tail.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like to catch the squirrels, and now that I have a truck, the neighbor who used to haul them to the mountains for me, he moved, but now I can haul them myself.
There you
And
go.
I'm going to take them somewhere where there's lots of campsites so that they'll stay.
Yes, because they will have food.
That's a good idea.
They'll
That's
also
right.
live because you don't want to take a domesticated squirrel
Yeah.
out and drop it off in the middle of nowhere where it doesn't know how to forage or
No,
anything.
it's not their
I mean, I
fault that we
could.
moved into
That would
their
be
area.
risk. May as well take it to the river in that case.
When we
Yeah.
first moved in, because we built our house, so it was mainly fields around us before that.
Mhm.
So when we first built it, mice kept getting in the garage.
Mhm.
And so I would capture them, but I couldn't. They were little field mice. I'm like, I don't want to live in my house, but I
They're
can't kill them
cute.
either. Yeah,
Yeah,
I know.
you
They're
just
just
put
they're
their
adorable.
you just
They're
put your
very
house on
cute.
their house.
I used to
yeah.
we used to live
Exactly.
in the country. We used to live in the
Mhm.
country in the Thrall area, if you know where that is.
Mhm.
I don't.
And when I was really little, I can remember crying when there would be a mouse in the mousetrap, she's falling.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's why we got a no-kill one.
Mhm.
And I would tell you the only
Yeah,
thing that
do
I
worked
use the
every single
box
time.
kind. Yeah.
Yeah, so we got no kills, little plastic one. And the only thing
Mhm.
that worked every single
I
time
have
with
those.
bait was peanut butter. Peanut butter
Yep,
worked
I
great.
use peanut butter also.
So
So
we
I
Peanut
caught
don't
the
butter
have
mouse.
and
my.
cheese crackers.
I
Yep.
had a mouse last year, beginning of the winter, crawling all over the counter. I took a video of it because I was sitting here and I was like, what is that crunching sound in the kitchen? And he'd opened up a pack of saltines.
Hold on.
Aw.
You had a mouse in your kit. How many cats do you have, Koda?
3 now. No, that mouse is dead. As soon as Reebok moved in, dude.
Oh, okay. Now I feel better. I was
I
gonna
think
say,
it escaped out of the door while he was looking for it under the couch.
Mhm.
Either that or it went somewhere and died in the house. I haven't smelt it though, so I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure.
you would have smelt it though. Yeah, even if you couldn't find it, you would have smelled it.
Ever since Reebok, I haven't seen a mouse, and this one was
Okay.
he was very clever.
There's Nimbus.
He would come out when the cats were asleep, and my cats are not nocturnal like they're
did
supposed
you
to
call me?
be. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're not nocturnal like they're supposed to be. They go to sleep when I do.
Aw, what good kitties. Not mine. They like to
Indy
fight
takes
all night.
herself to bed. She goes to the little cat in the library and lays down at bedtime. And then Nimbus, he's either in my lap or if I'm not in the right spot, he's at my feet. Like, why aren't you where I can be in your lap? It's bedtime.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, my guys are all kind of passed out. Not where I am exactly, although Katarina is right there.
I see Katarina. Is she a
And
Maine Coon?
Oh.
no, she's
She's a
barn
tooch?
cat. She's large for a girl cat. Until we got big cats, she was impressive looking size wise. Now we have a cat that's almost 20 pounds and she just looks normal, but she's pretty big, but she's just a barn cat.
I
But
have to
she's the
meet
one that had the
stuff
really
like that
bad
again.
eye. Mm,
I want Indy to hear you saying that stuff's impressive. She needs to know.
yeah.
It's not impressive if you push the sliding glass door open further when you try to squeeze through the crack.
Well, you're supposed to be bigger all around, not just medicine ball shaped with feet.
She does. She has a little peanut head. When she rolls over, she hut.
Yeah. My
We had to-
housemate has one. We have one called Rosie that is basically medicine ball with feet. She's big, but not because she's impressively large as a cat. But Quincy Jones is all muscle, and he is almost 20 pounds of cat. Yeah, he's big.
Quincy
We
Jones.
had to put our boy on a diet.
Quincy Jones. He's a big black cat from the alley.
Is he Maine Coon?
He's got to have some. He's short-haired, but there's no way he gets that big. And with it all being proportional, without him having some Maine Coon, because he's bigger than most cats. And I've done rescue for over 10 years here, and I've never met a cat that big in public.
Oh, I gotta go get the thing ready or check for Kiani.
Yes, let's see if Kiani's on.
see if she's popped
I wish I
on.
could go to the back of house to check if she's there. That would be smudge.
Molly says possums and outside cats are a vet bill in the making. Probably.
Yeah.
Dude, the
Atia
cats won't
says
fuck with me
possums are the
because
stuff
they're
of nightmare.
evil. That is
Yeah.
why I was nodding at my TV earlier. I was like, I saw that comment come up and I was like,
No.
Atia, yeah.
They're not. They're cute. I like possums.
Yeah.
Especially since they don't carry rabies. I'm way more afraid of the like raccoons
a
are
good-
adorable, but I won't get near them, right? So I'm more worried
Raccoons
about
and
disease.
skunks. Yeah.
I feel like raccoons will run from you though. Possums will not
no.
run. It's a
Not
good
around
thing you
No,
don't
all
have rabies
raccoons-
because they will bite you.
Raccoons are aggressive. I've been way
They
more
can
aggressive
be.
with raccoons than opossums, like to me.
But like it's cute aggressive, you know, like I can kick a raccoon. I can get close enough to kick it. Possum, I'm not even getting close to that, dude. They're so
Possums are
evil
not
looking. Have you
naturally
seen their
mean,
faces?
though.
Yeah, but they're not aggressive.
They look like-
No, they're defensive, but
They're
they're
defensive.
They
not.
are if
They're
they're
not
eating
aggressive.
your cat food. If you're eating your cat food and you're trying to get it
If
off the
they're
porch, it's
starving
aggressive.
and that's food, they're gonna be defending their food because they're starving.
With aggression. But they're
I-
actually not defending their food, they're defending my cat's food and they need to get off the porch.
Well, they're eating it. It's theirs now.
I know. I'm gonna go check back a house and see if she's back there. Christina.
Excellent. We shall entertain for a little while. Christina is going to check. Yep.
I don't have to go anywhere to do it.
Molly has to go to bed. Sorry, Molly. Thanks.
Hi,
Well,
Molly.
not sorry. Hello. Thank you. Thank you for being
Yes.
here. I hope you got a lot of reading done.
Yes, come back when you wake up.
Yeah, and Christina said she's commented in Kiani's stream too and hasn't seen anything yet.
Sweet.
Yeah, she's not back here. She's not backstage.
I haven't seen her
Okay.
anywhere on Discord today.
Let's
So
just assume the assumptions then.
yeah.
And I shall go to the other stream here.
Yep. Do you have a link for yours on?
Yeah, I'll paste it right now. Hold on. Just to figure out what the hell app I was in. There we go.
Because
And
I'm gonna
Molly?
make coffee and then I can hop back on.
And Molly says
You're gonna
that
make
I'm gonna make coffee because it is 11 o'clock at night and I haven't had one for about 6 hours.
it's time for your afternoon coffee, right? Would be about the right time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Molly
afternoon
says,
coffee.
yeah. Oh man, sometimes the self-published stuff. I'm like, seriously, you couldn't shell out the bucks to this proofread. You know what the thing is? Lately, the indie books, at least the ones that I've been reading, they're actually proofread really well. I've seen a lot of them. They look really clean now, but nobody's paying for dev editing, and it drives me crazy.
I think my books are pretty well edited. I edited them myself, but I did several times.
Yeah, and I'm seeing a lot more
several.
clean. It's not like it was in 2004 when these things first started coming out all the time, right? They're way cleaner now, grammar wise. But no one is paying attention. Not no one. There are quite a few that are not paying enough attention to the story. And that will drive me way more crazy than a couple misspelled words or misplaced commas, because that is, you're doing the best you can. When the story has obvious things that are easy to fix, I can't read it. I can't read
Or
it.
sometimes that things that aren't so easy to fix, like you kind of need to rewrite the whole story if you're having a small, like a typhoon.
Or at least restructure it, move some chapters around, or move a dialogue,
But you have to delete the plot to make it make sense.
Oh, you'd be surprised how many authors I've told you need to rewrite this, including ones I have contracts with, like that published with me. But that is part of the thing. That is part of you need to work with a professional editor. And quite frankly, I understand we're not cheap because we spend hours and hours and hours on your work. So we are not cheap. So if you can't afford it, at least find a bunch of other writers who also can't afford it. And all of you read each other's stuff. And that's how I started.
Are good.
Yeah, that's how I started. You've got to at least do that work and be willing to accept criticism. So it drives that to me drives me more crazy than anything else, except a big 5 published book that also needs a dev edit. That bothers me more than anything.
Yes, when I look at the back of the book to see if it was self-pub and it's not.
Yes, then I'm like, are you effing
dev
kidding
edit?
me? I just that's where you go through and do the story and everything, right? Like, so you go through and do the story, make sure the characters are consistent, make sure there's no plot holes, make sure the pacing works for whatever that genre is. Make sure whatever tropes you're using them in your way. Every single thing about what actually makes up the story, that your humor makes sense for what the world that you built. So you don't say in
Yeah.
book 1 nobody can see yellow, and in book 3 they're all painting their houses yellow, things like that, right? So
Right.
all of that kind of stuff, that's the developmental editing. And I pick up on that stuff so quickly because that's what I do. And I cannot, and quite frankly, all readers pick up on it. They just can't point to it and tell you what the problem is. So when you see people doing things like, oh, I just couldn't get into it, that means the writer isn't deep enough in that POV for them to care about anyone, right? And they're like, you know what, I just couldn't pay attention to it. Yeah, that means your pacing's off. So they're not paying. So do you see what I mean? So usually, right, all readers actually pick up when that stuff is not right. They just can't always identify what the issue is. So it's my job to identify the issue so the author can fix it. Because quite frankly, I have never, ever in my book read a book that couldn't be fixed. But I have worked with lots of authors that don't want to do the work to do it.
Yes. There are a lot of big name authors that have gotten to the point where they just don't do that kind of editing anymore, or they don't accept it. And I wish that they would.
Me too. But here's the biggest secret, right? Running a publishing company. Publishing is about making money.
Yeah.
So if people are going to buy the book anyway, the most expensive part of that process is the dev editing. So if people are going to buy it anyways, you don't need to do the dev editing. Skip it.
Yeah. Especially if they're going to ignore it anyway.
Yeah. Well, you could say, if you don't want to do this, I'm not publishing it. That's not really what it is.
Yeah.
Right. But if it's going to sell, you don't need to do it. That's why Stephen King is not edited anymore. I mean, I could just keep going over all these authors that just aren't, and you can see it in their work.
Yes, you can tell.
You can tell.
Like any editor would have cut this paragraph. What is it doing in this chapter? And
there's some very famous books, like Last Books in Series. I would have cut like 300 pages out of them. But people are going to buy it anyways. I did. So, right, they're going to buy it anyways. There's no reason to do it.
Yeah.
I'm going to hop over to the other studio.
Excellent, excellent. So I will stay until Christina says I can go away.
Okay, cool. I see everybody over there. Make sure you refresh the playlist because it has changed.
It shall be changed now.
All right.
Thank you, everyone.
See you next one.
Thanks for hanging. Oh, I have the conclusion thing. I'll do that. I'll play the closing thing while Koda's over there.
Yeah.
Atia says, having a hard time explaining to my partner why Jade Legacy just didn't work for me as well. The other two in the series, and I kept saying it was the pacing. It might very well be the pacing. You might be absolutely right. And there's the other thing. The more you read, the better you get at figuring out what that stuff is, right? That's how people become editors to begin with, right? You know, the more you read, and then you learn how to read critically, and then you know what I mean? You have all these different things going on. And I don't mean, what do the curtains mean? I don't care. I like where I'm writing the stuff that I,
a lot of that is
I edit is for fun, right? Yeah. We're not looking to change the world. We're looking to help you escape from it. That's our plan. And that's also what I prefer to edit. Is the other stuff important? Yes, it is. That's why I still read it, but that's not what we're doing. So,
yeah, I think I'm almost at the point as a reader where I need to start doing editing.
Probably. That's where you start. And you actually I started for free. But we can talk about that later. And then I worked up to pay.
Yeah, we should talk about that because I read enough books. I might as well be useful.
That's true. That's true. I can help you. All right. I'm going to play the outro now. And thank you, Jamie. And we'll see you at the next one.